I'm sniffing into the microphone. Hey. Boy, howdy. I'm here to sniff into the microphone. So check it out. Big news today. Big news. I I installed Winamp, so I can stop using Windows Media Player, which I know is like what y'all were concerned about. It's just the number one concern for all Barony fans is that why the heck are we using Windows Media Player when we could be using Winamp? So we are now back in style with our music player. I think we all know that Winamp is the superior music solution. I read an article this morning that said that, I need to add Winamp to my my list of tools that make sound. Here we go. There we go. All right, folks. There's your tunes. Thanks to Winamp. Big shout out to the llama. Those who are in the know with the Winamp lore know exactly what I'm talking about. All right, so if you've been paying attention, you know that we are working on Holo Trials, and we have been. Let me pull up my stream. There we go. And yesterday we wrapped up the stealth trial and moved on to the followers trial. The follower trial was pretty far along. What I did not do is collect images for commands, and that is something I do need to do. And it's going to be a little bit different than collecting images for other things. In fact, it'd probably be wise for me to do it all from asset files, because the deal is, it's just not going to look, the buttons aren't going to look right, unless they're in the right state and they have the background on them. So I can't just like reference a single image file. It has to be composited with the follower wheel. And it's just going to be a lot more efficient to do that in a photo editor instead of just referencing a file that we already have. So I'm opening up my photo editor here, and I'm going to go and grab the command assets and whatnot. Sorry, thinking and talking at the same time is not my strongest of suits. It's pretty good, but not the strongest. We're doing update and leadership. That's what we want. So I'm going to spend the first few minutes of the stream here cropping down some icons from leadership commands that I can then use in images to really demonstrate what I expect the player to click on. And then I'm going to go through the trials and put on proper highlights where I have missed them, put in these images, and then we'll move on to trial 8, which is alchemy. Okay, so this is the file where I put together all of the commands. Let's see. Yeah, that's what I want. Huh. So my dad's a psychology PhD. He was not a PhD when I lived with him as a small boy, but he is now. And he occasionally sends me stuff that is of great interest to me. I think a stream or two ago I talked about how a lot of game design is about psychology. And fun fact, my dad is actually a published pen and paper role-playing game designer. So it's not a pure coincidence that I'm into that as well. I had good influence around me to care about game design, and I think it makes sense that we both are interested in psychology. But because of his formal education, one could argue that he has an edge on me when it comes to different psychological teachings, which is great. It means that I can benefit from that knowledge. So it's all very cool and fun and rad. IMO. All right. So I'm just gonna crop out random images here and then save them, and then I probably want to make this quite a bit smaller, actually. Actually, instead of doing it like that, let's do it like this. Resize canvas. 74 is cute and all. Let's try 37. Oh, I didn't want to resize. I wanted to resize canvas. Something like this. Okay. Yeah, that's probably the right size. And then I might actually throw this into this other kind of format here. The single sign image. Maybe I could crop it to be like to fit in one of these. So we'll call it tutorial 7. So this is the wait command. And kind of hilariously, this is the follow command, because you're telling them to stop waiting. So I think maybe I should do hovers, because what I want the player to hover on. Maybe this is just best done in video. Maybe I shouldn't bother showing icons. I don't know. Why don't I do something like this? Get out of here, mace. Nobody asked for a mace. Oh, interesting. So actually increasing this to double size would be smart to take up that amount of space. Let's go ahead and rasterize this. Make a new one from our clipboard, and then resize document. And we're gonna go ahead and make that. I mean, I can multiply this by 3 times and it would still be, we'd still have plenty of room. So I'll try 4 times. That's 28, 40, 56. All right, let's try that. Okay, that's what we want. And if I put that in here, then that's actually pretty close to the kind of size that we want. I mean, I could make it smaller. Let's try it 3 times instead of 4 times the size. Resize document. What is it? 18 times 4. Let's do 18 times... Oh, no, it is 14 times 4. So let's do 14 times 3. That's 1242. All right. I did that math in my head because I'm such a math genius. The joke is I'm not a math genius. I'm not bad at basic arithmetic in my head, for what it's worth. Okay, you know what? I think, I feel like this is misleading, this background here. I think I'd rather just have this thing stand alone. And so, maybe it's okay if it's inside the 74 by 74, but I actually would prefer it to be smaller. I think that's a little much. So I'm gonna instead have a new format here where, what? Let's change the canvas size. Let's just call this 56 by 64 or something. You know what? That will not be the right amount of space, though, for all icons. We have big ones like, well, not detect. What are the biggest icons that we're going to talk about? We have follow, we have interact. The hand just isn't one of the biggest ones. Resize document. This is, oh, this is only 38 by 38. Sorry, I'm hemming and hawing over how we're going to best display this. I mean, kind of displaying it in its context is wise. Let's get to the 100% size. Okay, that's a really small. So if we resize the documents, it's double the size, so that's 76. Could do something like a filter over top of it. So let's try that. Like we What's up, Ink? How you doing today? Fine enough. You? I'm doing all right. I felt real groggy and weird this morning, but I would say after dealing with that, now I'm feeling pretty good. I got some coffee in me. I got some breakfast digesting. It's a little late in the day to get started. And I've been up, since a reasonable hour. But I was telling the Turning Wheel boys last night that I think I shorted myself on sleep too many days in a row. I've been working pretty, I don't want to say obsessively, but I've been working hard. And, it's just kind of taking its toll. And you're okay now? Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. So let's try... Let's try doing something like this. I'm trying to create a format here where I can just move around to the whatever command I want and then have it look like a little image icon. So we're going to try a drop shadow. We're going to have it offset by, 4 pixels? 3, that's the right amount. 50%. Okay, cool. So, but then we're going to make it darken. So that way we always get a shadow, and then we can also do an outline on it. So let's do, how about an inner shadow? Make it intense. Something like that. We could also make it fully opaque. I mean, the pixel size is kind of wrong there, but I'm not really sweating it too much. Might be better just to manually paint that in as a separate layer on top. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. So, Ink, I don't know if you were here, but I showed off that I'm using Winamp, which is the world's best media player. I just thought it's important that you all know that I'm using Winamp now. What's the most hilarious death I've had in Barony? It's hard to think of. I've played so much Barony that it's really hard for me to just, to think of just one specific death that's funnier than all the rest. I know that I've died in ways that I found very funny before, and I do celebrate my Barony deaths rather frequently when I die in game. I know that I've had moments that I really enjoy, like getting shot into a pool of lava by an enemy with knockback arrows. That always cracks me up. Or if I'm like a vampire and I get shot into the water by a goblin, like it's just such a silly way to die, to get shot into liquid by knockback arrows. Like knockback arrows, they're not that dangerous. They're more like annoying than anything when you're the player and they get used against you. But when the situation is set up just in a fashion that is, you know, where it's just the perfect collection of circumstances so that a knockback arrow can absolutely destroy you, I just find that very funny. It always cracks me up when that happens. Used Winamp. Good, man. Winamp is important. I don't know that it really is important, but it's fun for me to say it's important. So I know recently I died by a boulder in a way that I thought was funny. I think I was on stream. If I'm recalling properly, I was coming out of a doorway, and I could feel the feedback in my controller that a boulder had fallen, and I didn't know where it was coming from, so I was looking around to see where it was, and I was like, well, it's probably coming from somewhere ahead of me in the dark, so I'm just gonna move to the right to get out of the way. And then as soon as I move enough forward, my light exposes enough that the boulder's now coming down a different corridor than I thought it would. And so I turn around and try to run away to get back into the doorway I came from, which just meant I stayed in the path of the boulder rather than, if I just kept moving forward instead, I would have been fine. But because I was trying to get into a doorway, I ended up just staying in the path of the boulder for way too long and getting killed, and I thought that was hilarious. But yeah, I don't know, those are some of the more recent memorable deaths. What about you, Ink? What's your most your funniest death in Barony? So regarding Winamp, I honestly don't understand why it ever went out of style. Like, maybe I could blame, you know, like iTunes or something for having like connectivity. But for me, I always preferred having a collection of local MP3s and stuff that I can manage myself, and because they're my files, you know, I don't have to worry about them one day disappearing because a license ran out or I don't have connection to the internet or something. And so I really like, but so like Winamp has never been bad at doing that. So it seems almost silly to me that Winamp went out of style. Your deaths either leave you frustrated or emotionally drained or not caring anymore. Well, that's bad. I'm sorry that you don't find them funny. I laugh almost every time I die in Barony. Because I know I could have done something to avoid it, and I like that the game can still surprise me. I take a certain amount of pride in that. So I'm just making a frame that I'm going to use for all the follower command images. Maybe I'll use the same frame for the tinkering command images. I think that would be wise. I'll go ahead and save this as a new file and we'll call it command icon, command trial icons. There we go. That way I can easily refer to it. Once you were close to killing twins, ended up dying with them. Yeah, when you're that close to winning, I can understand being a little, feeling a little dejected. I mean, the last time I died that late, I think, is when I was playing my Vampire Hunter, and I really wanted to win as the Vampire Hunter, and so that's something that still sits in the back of my mind that I haven't done yet, is being a Vampire Hunter. I want to show something off to you, to the audience here. This is my Waffle House mug. Coffee. So if you're not familiar with Waffle House, it is an American breakfast restaurant chain. And down here in the American South, they're everywhere. Like, there's just, Waffle Houses are a dime a dozen. They're just, you can't get away from Waffle House. It's a cool mug. Yeah, dude. And, you know, it's just a retail establishment, like restaurants mug with its logo on it. So it's not that special. But, fun fact, did you know? You can just wander into a Waffle House and eat a nice breakfast and then ask your waitress, hey, I want to buy one of these mugs. Can I buy one? And she'll say, I don't know, maybe. I think so. And then she'll wander into the back and talk to her manager and say, yeah, we'll let you buy one of these. And then $5 later, you have yourself an official Waffle House coffee mug. And by official, I mean the very same mugs that they use to serve customers coffee. And she didn't let me keep the one I was using. She gave me a brand new mug, so it was even better than the one I asked for. So I'm very pleased with my coffee house purchase. Waffle House coffee mug purchase. And I want to say also that, for me anyway, that's like a good life lesson. Like, in most cases, kind of never hurts to ask if you want something a little unusual. Just be like, hey, I've been thinking, I want me a Waffle House mug. Can I have one of those? Or maybe I'm going to wander into a, let's say my favorite, let's say you have a favorite grocery store. And you go into there and you can say, hey, I really love Kroger. Can I buy one of your hats or aprons? And they might be like, sure. Now, I've never tried to do that specifically, but they might be into it. So, on the topic of Winamp, maybe people found it to be too complicated to use. That's funny. I don't think it's complicated at all. But I can understand that. You don't have Waffle House where you live, do you, Ink? I wouldn't think so. Okay, I'm pretty sure if I put this in a folder, yeah, its mask will stop working. So I need to leave this like this. And then we can try exporting this as a 76 by 76. And we're gonna go to our Barony folder. And I'm gonna save it in data scripts trial 7. And we're gonna call this sign wait. And and we'll look at also I mean, if that is wait, then that means that this is follow. So it actually, I'd rather show this, and then for follow, I have to show this one. which isn't great, but sign follow, just because it's an empty icon, but you know, we're gonna work with what we got. And then why don't we do a few more? We can do, I know that move to is one of the commands that I reference quite a bit. So let's just, the way we're going to handle this is we're just going to move the whole leader command thing, and it stays inside my mask, which is perfect. And then the move to command. No, are we aligned? We are aligned. And I'll go ahead and make it the highlighted version. Boom. Move to. And I need an interact one. Moscow does have a Waffle House, but I'm not sure it's the one from USA. Oh, that's interesting. Well, now I have one. I want to check. Waffle House Moscow. I'm looking this up for real because I'm really curious now. Okay, that Moscow Waffle House looks way fancier and way cooler than the American Waffle House. The American Waffle House is like the size of a gas station, and it's extremely inexpensive, cheap breakfast food, pancakes. Did they serve pancakes? I think they serve pancakes, waffles, eggs, you know, and bacon, and that's about it. Like, they don't have whatever the fancy stuff I'm seeing on the Moscow Waffle House is just like way cooler than what our Waffle House has. So I lived in the Pacific Northwest of the USA for years, for most of my life actually, and I never saw a Waffle House in the Pacific Northwest. I've only seen them in the South. There might be, you know, in places I wouldn't expect. Interact. Amazing how they don't get sued for copyright. Well, you know, it's a restaurant in a different country. I remember when I was working for Wargaming, I went to we went to Cyprus for a convention, like a company convention, and sorry, I just realized I need to open another file here. I need images, UI. What is it? Follower wheel, icons, leader, and interact. I need an interact. Open with Affinity. Okay. But they, anyway, so I went to Cyprus, with the company, and there was restaurants in Cyprus that were just ridiculous. Like I couldn't believe, what they were named. Okay, we need this to be this size, and then we're gonna resize it to be 3248 pixels. Resize. Boom. Let's see if that is what we want it to be. That is a little bigger than we want it to be, isn't it? Let's do... Actually, the native size might have been perfect. Let's try that. Yeah, that's about the right size. Okay. So anyway, what I was getting at was Yeah, they had these restaurants in Cyprus that had these like ridiculous copyright infringing names. Like there's one called Goodfellas, and it had the logo of the Goodfellas movie, and of course was not the official Goodfellas. It was just some random restaurant that they named Goodfellas because they knew that tourists would be coming who know what Goodfellas is. And so I always found that extremely funny, that these just like random, you know, American intellectual properties are just represented in Cyprus. I still find it funny just thinking about it. Okay, so this is the interact icon. Make sure this is lined up properly. Looks like it is. This is not. So they had Goodfellas, and they had Friends. They had a bar just called Friends, and he used the Friends logo from the TV show. That one made me laugh a lot. And a few other ones that I was just like amazed that they're getting away with using, you know, IP from another country, and they just don't care. Like, nobody's gonna bother to go try to sue them under some other country's law. Okay, so we have interact. What other commands do I have signs for? Relinquish soul, we don't do. We do have a rest one at the end, so let's do rest. This is working great. My plan is flawless. Let's make sure this is lined up on the pixels properly. Yeah, that's pretty good. Let's do that. So glad I have all this art done. What other commands do we... yeah, we don't have attack or class. Move aside we don't use. Drop we don't use. Okay. So that's all right. That might be all the sign imagery that we need for this. And in fact, this might be more than we need because these signs are really long. It might be too much. I might not be able to use these. I might end up deleting them, but we'll give it a shot. Okay, so we're going back into the follower. Okay, that one's fine as it is. This is really dark over here. I think, you know, in part because I'm trying to draw attention to this character here. Okay. This one could use that icon. And I also need to do the highlighting for this, so... That looks great in there. I think I might increase the top pixels. Actually, I'll just move it down 2 pixels inside the canvas. So something like I'm just going to grab a hold of all this and unfortunately I'm going to have to go and save over all the existing ones. It'd probably be faster for me to do that on a file by file basis. Okay, there we go. That's what we want. We'll save this. But I'm going to go ahead and open up the Barony data scripts tutorial 7. We're going to open all these and just move them all 2 pixels down. That'll be a lot faster than exporting them individually. So save. 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 All right. Now when we go back into game, we can do dump cache. All right. Perfect. You will need an ally's help to open this gate. Command your ally to interact with the switch you cannot reach. Alrighty. All right, this looks good. It's a nice highlight, if I do say so myself, and I do. I think highlighting the word interact makes it much more obvious what I want the player to do. I could put spaces around the interact. I mean, I would highlight the brackets and the interact as well, but I think because we often need space, I'm going to go ahead and leave those spaces out. I thought I could outsmart the game by hiding behind the doorway in hopes of making the boulder stuck on it. Got punished for it by being hit by 2 boulders instead of 1. That's pretty funny. Nice try, though. Alright, so we got the move command icon in there. That's good. Okay, so I do feel a little silly for spreading the work for this tutorial across the day. I was feeling pretty sick last night and this morning, and so I guess I can feel not so bad about that. Definitely feeling better today. So you might have noticed I changed the wording slightly there from take care of them and they'll serve you well. I used take care in the first sentence of this sign, and so I didn't want to be redundant in my speech here. Actually, I think I'm not going to highlight anything on this sign. I mean, after highlighting this, I don't feel like it's helped it at all. It's actually just made it harder to read, so I'm going to get rid of all those highlights. My goddaughter's having one of her bratty moments by refusing to sleep. It's irritating. I'm sorry to hear that. Children are a lot of work. But they're worth it because people do everything that matters in this world. People are great. So good luck with that. I'm going to do a bow icon here. I think I'm going to go ahead and try to make a guess about what this sign should say. I'm going to... I probably already have a sign that talks about... Sorry, I'm thinking using the old noodle. Are you all waiting like I told you to? Okay. So I think I have one. Yes, tap E to quickly cycle through your followers, allowing you to issue commands to each one. Using C and Q. So this is already a great sign. This one over here is might be completely redundant. For mouse and keyboard players, you're going to be able to scroll through the list and pick followers from the list using right click. But I don't think we're gonna have that feature for gamepads, because it would get in the way a bit of the getting over to the character sheet. I'm not 100% sure. Let's I can make it something more generic, like view to see which follower you your last active follower will be highlighted in the party UI on your top right. And then that can be for both mouse and keyboard and gamepad players, but then the mouse and keyboard one would say you may select a specific follower from the party UI using right click or something. Let's go ahead and try that. I think that's a fair assumption. So we're just going to completely change this. This is your last active follower is highlighted on the top right of your HUD. Use the menu on the top right to look at your follower status. Your last active follower will be checked on first. Well, they won't be checked on first, but they will be highlighted. So, I think you have a good point, though. So, like, view your followers' HP on the top right of your HUD. We checked on? I mean, just the difference between being checked on and highlighted? I don't know, maybe there's like a language difference or something, but when I think about who I'm checking on, I think about like I'm checking in on somebody and how they're doing. And so maybe that would be like they're listed first, but that won't be the case. They'll be highlighted and they'll keep their place in the list. They won't be first in the list, you know what I mean? Okay, cheers. And welcome back. Okay, so we got a pretty good sign here for mouse and keyboard users. We'll do select a follower to command. Actually, I need another one of these in here. And then we're just gonna have one controls highlight here. Actually, all of those should be control highlights, I think. So let's take these. Okay. I feel good about repurposing, excuse me, that sign. And this one's good, I just need to highlight it. Okay, I think this sign is too much. I think I should split this into 2 signs. Because A, it's the only place that I talk about ordering them to wait and follow. And so I think I could put both of those icons on this one sign. And I guess I could have followers always attack enemies they spot on its own sign. I think that might be the right call. Maybe on this wall here. This is actually ideal. I was a little bit worried about this wait and follow command thing because even though in a person's mind the idea of waiting and following are 2 very different concepts, in Barony a character is either waiting or they're not waiting, and when they're not waiting they're following. And so that's how the icons work, is that either wait is on or it's not on. And by connecting the wait and follow icons both to this hand on and hand off image, I think it will help solidify that concept and make it easier to understand. So let's get the highlights in. So we'll do order is a control word, order followers to move or wait to keep them out of the way. And this, instead of order to them to follow, when set to follow, okay. we'll do 1, 2, 3. Actually, just do 3 on that one. And then the highlights will be, I'm gonna do out of the way as a highlight. 1, 2, 3, 4. And stay close, highlighted. All right, let's see how that goes. Oh, looks like I broke the script, which is typical for me when I'm editing an existing script. Maybe in my second one. Here we go. Perfect. Order followers to move or wait to keep them out of the way. I should reverse the order of those so move or wait is aligned. Actually, that needs to be moved to. Maybe it should just be wait. So I don't confuse the issue. I think that's probably wiser. How's that? Order follows to wait to keep them out of the way. When set to follow, they will attempt to stay close. All right, that's a good sign. I like that sign. It's set to follow and they. How about? Stay close to you. Alright, and I can't check this other sign because it doesn't exist yet. That was good. Poor Peyton keeps getting shot. Hold on a sec. Was this door already open? All right, let's adjust the highlighting on this. Sounds ridiculous. Must manage. All right, let's get rid of must. Let's get rid of your. Let's get rid of ensure. Manage followers, not crushed boulder. That's fine. That's adequate. Can you all make it? Perfect. I feel like I should move this sign. It's not fair to make the player wait until they've already lost their enemy, their allies in battle. Let's I mean, it kind of belongs here. Let's do that. That way the player can practice in that room with no consequences, which is kind of the point. Alright, so let's go ahead and move everybody in here. Ow. Why did... Dude, these knockback arrows are way better than the hunting arrows for this trial. The poor wizard has no weapon. Alright. Well, they are all survived. That's something. Now we have followers. You can command followers to rest once per floor. Let's change that. I could move this sign. Nah, I like it next to the beds. Oh, I think my warrior died. Okay, so I'm going to give that another run through now that I've rearranged some signs. I think I'm pretty well done with this until I get some videos, and then we can move to Trial 8 today. I keep getting Discord notifications. It's kind of annoying, to be honest. I wish I had a better way to prevent monsters from just leaving the arena. I mean, I could close gates behind the player once they're through them, but doing so could make it so the player accidentally leaves their followers behind, which is not, especially because I've told them to scout ahead, you know? It's not what I want. I'm getting sleepy, so I'll sign off to bed earlier. Enjoy your day. Oh, thanks. I probably missed you. That message is probably from several minutes ago. Sorry I missed it. Yeah, thanks for hanging out as always. And Reese is already dead because of friendly fire. And your staff is already burned out. Well, I'm not super duper pleased with that, because the enemies behave so unpredictably in here, and then sometimes they just want to leave the arena, and it's just like, it's not as clean as I wanted. think I may seriously consider having this lever deactivate that door. But then if I do that and the player's followers are on the other side, then they have no way to get them back. Which is kind of unacceptable. I could put a sign on this door that says, defeat all enemies to proceed. I probably need to do that in case one of these guys wanders away. The player will have some hint about what happened. Not that that's like great, but I don't really have another solution at the moment. So let's make a sign called 7-Up. Look for 7U. Duplicate the sign. Okay, and it's gonna say so instead of having a training golem, I could have another automaton. That would make the fight a little easier. I'd just give him a melee weapon. I could also move the rest and food thing up to this troll room so that if your guys are injured at that point, well, you don't have the rest skill you need by that point. So I could move the food one over there, but let's just get rid of the golem. The golem is like a bit of an oddball. And the weapon is a crossbow on this guy, so let's make it an axe or something. Iron axe, and then an iron shield. Let's give him a helmet. This is the guy with the spellbook. He's got a hat on. Let's give him a wizard hat so it's more obvious. I can never tell these guys apart. Give this guy a hood. And he actually doesn't have any special arrows, which I guess is fine. What's up, Penguin? Good to see you. I'm running into a few problems on this follower trial. I'm really trying to fix all the problems that it had. Just like the tinkering and shop trials, it's just one of the ones that is a little more difficult for players. And this one I dislike because it exposes a few problems with followers in the game that remain problems no matter how you play. So like, your guy's getting friendly fired by your dude's getting friendly fired by their friends and stuff. It's like one of the main reasons why my guys die, and there's not really anything you can do to command your guys to prevent that from happening, which sucks. Like I could script them so they have some magic resistance or something, or give them a ring of magic resistance. Maybe I'll do that. Let's give Reese a ring of magic resist. I mean, in theory, if the player orders them to pick up the ring of strength, they might lose that ring of magic resistance. Let's try it out. Especially because Reese is the most likely to get friendly fired, being that they're back there with the warrior. We can go ahead and give the warrior magic resist as well. Oh, he has regeneration on already. That's funny. I forgot I had done that. Let's get rid of that magic, that regeneration ring. That's a little bit silly. And he does not drop that when you give him the strength ring either. So, interesting. So if I put the ring of strength on the warrior, which is what players will probably do, he'll lose the magic resist. I've seen a lot of players give the cloak to the wizard, even though the wizard almost never gets attacked by magic, and friendly fire isn't a problem so much for the wizard because he's usually in the back. And taking one arrow is not nearly as devastating as taking one lightning bolt. The other thing I could do is I could give the wizard a spell book in his right hand. Why did it delete this human's name? Why did it delete this human's name? I don't freaking understand. It reset everything to 0. Why did it do that? Alright, let's see where it was last time I saved. Okay, I just hadn't done this yet. Frustrating. Okay, let's put this guy's helmet back on. going to give this guy who has the crossbow a hood. I'm going to give this guy who has the... I'm going to give him a wizard hat, so that he's easier to tell what's going on with him. Okay, now we're going to save it. And then we're going to edit these characters. Okay, so Peyton, I believe, is the wizard. I could put a spellbook of Force Bolt in their hands, which is not as good as Lightning Bolt, and so there's some justification for see, the question is when that staff burns out, do they get the spellbook back? And I don't know that answer to that, so I may just have to test it out. Spellbook of Force Bolt. I could also give him like a spellbook of Slow. Which isn't great, but it's so they're doing something. Let's start with Force Bolt and see where that leaves them. Ring. Yeah, I can't think of any use for them to have a ring. Let's do a quick save of this. Now, Reese. Giving them a ring of magic resistance. Like this ring of strength doesn't really make much of a difference, you know? It's just not, it's not that much strength. It doesn't cause them to do that much more damage. I mean, one of the things I could do is I could just give everyone amulets of life saving and then not have them put on an amulet. And that would just make the trial easier, which is kind of part of my goal here, is to make the trial less of a headache. I don't know. I'm sitting here hemming and hawing, so I'm sorry about that. It's just kind of a pain in the neck to think about how to make this better. All right. And Morgan starts with this Ring of Regeneration. I'm going to do Magic Resist instead. Just see how that goes. Okay. Let's give it a shot. This one powers. Yeah. Alright, let's give this one more playthrough. Hopefully that's all we need. I'm like left feeling a little annoyed by this silly trial, but hopefully we can do a better job. Okay, well, I've spent entirely too long on a second day of this stinking trial. You know, it's one of my least favorites. I think I'll have a lot more success reworking the alchemy trial because it, I think the things I can do with that are a lot more objective. This one is like, you know, the unpredictable behavior of followers is kind of my main problem with this trial, and there's not a ton I can do to fix it. Like, if you were watching, you may have noticed that my wizard that time basically did nothing. For during the troll fight, he kept getting stuck behind the warrior, and he kept trying to move ahead, and the warrior had moved ahead, and so the warrior was still in the way. And thank goodness he wasn't just friendly firing away at him, which is great. But the AI just wasn't smart enough to flank the troll and shoot the troll from a clear angle, and so that resulted in, you know, him getting to the end with his staff of lightning and barely spinning it on anything. You know, I tried to position him across the pit so that he could shoot his lightning bolt at the automatons, and instead he decided to go around and get closer to them. And maybe it's because his line of fire was blocked, and so he's trying to clear that. But you know, by the time he got over there, you know, the enemies were already dead, and so you know, at least none of my guys died, which was cool. But like, it just shows how unpredictable the experience is going to be for players, and maybe because I've labeled it an advanced lesson, players will be okay with that. Honestly, I haven't gotten a ton of complaints about that trial. I've only really gotten complaints about the maybe complaints is the wrong word. I've had players more discuss the difficulty of trial 9 and 10 than trial 7. You know, so even though 7 and 8, I think, are frustrating trials to play, I don't get as many complaints about them or people talking about the difficulty. You know, for whatever reason that is. So, all right. So, you know, before I've got some time left in my workday here. I think I should take a quick break, refill my water, hit the restroom, and then start on converting the signs, at least for trial 8, to the new format. Maybe I can convert all 3 or something. Just do something fast so I can get more done by the end of the day. I kind of hate to do nothing but trial 7 today, because I spent a lot of the day yesterday on it, and I was hoping to move on to a new trial today. So let's plan on doing that. Moving on to the alchemy one. That's gonna need a major rework. I don't know. I'll be right back. Alright, folks, I'm back. I was thinking about it while I was away, and I think that I don't mind getting started on the alchemy rework right now. It's just, I think, just to give you a hint about what I intend, is I would like the alchemy trial to teach you a lot more useful things about how to do alchemy, rather than, like, instead of saying, you know, if you mix things with acid, sometimes you can get a powerful unstable potion. But be careful. What players end up doing is they try mixing with something and it explodes in their face, and then they just get confused and frustrated. Like, cool. So what was I supposed to do? And it's a tutorial. You know, it should tell the players how to succeed, and it doesn't do a good job of that. So I think the early part of the tutorial is in good shape. It tells players exactly what these potions do, but once it starts becoming about mixing potions, then it gets bad. So what I'm going to do first is go through these signs. I might actually edit them in here so that when I export them, it'll be closer to correct. I could put a... Alright. put a sign up here that says something like, every potion has or potion recipe consists of 2 ingredients which are mixed together. An invalid recipe results in a potion of sickness. Okay, so because the player has fruit juice and booze right now, in theory they could experiment with those two and get sickness. Here we talk about water. Skilled Echem. Okay. So I'll say something like, brewers like to use water to duplicate potions. Okay, mix water with other potions to duplicate them. Just got to figure out a way to order this information. So man, every sign I look at, there's just something I want to fix. Maybe this sign should instead say, because I actually do have another sign that talks about sickness. So instead it should say something like, to mix potions in Olympic, use it with and then select just use the item and mix potions. I mean, I said use it with and I'm saying right click it, but you could use it from your hotbar to mix potions in the Alembic. Use it and then select your first and second ingredients with press to brew it, attempt to goodness sakes. Use it and then select your first and second ingredients with this button to brew it. To brew the recipe. To brew them together, attempt to collect the new potion from the bottom of the Alembic. My goodness. It's just a lot of instructions, you know what I mean? Brew them with blank or collect them from the bottom Alembic slot. Or collect the result from the bottom Alembic slot. I mean, I guess that's decent instructional text. This "you must learn to brew" sign is kind of bad. It doesn't tell you anything, so let's go ahead and get rid of it. Okay, so I can delete this. Average the Jester. A lot of late night grinding stupid classes and builds. Your game list and noise will be a gym to... Well, that's nice of you to say, Jester. I really appreciate it. I'm working on trying to improve the alchemy tutorial right now. I think it's one of the worst tutorials that I made, honestly. Mostly because, like, I kind of expected that players would enjoy experimenting, but because of how punishing acid is, it's just it's not intuitive how you're supposed to experiment as a brewer, and so I'm trying to fix that up right now. In general, I'm making all the tutorials easier just because it's like they don't give you clear enough instructions to understand sometimes what you're supposed to do. Okay. Loss of a potion. That's actually not correct. Skilled alchemists have a better chance at duplicating with water. Failure would cause a potion to dissolve into water. Actually, it does. It does result in the loss of the potion. That's just 100% correct. That's my bad. Okay, so we're gonna have this one facing east, which means we have to make it face this way. Mix water with other potions to duplicate them. Okay, we don't need this. To view your duplication chances. Hover over the bottom alembic slot once your potion and water have been added. To the alembic. How about prepared for brewing? Okay. So we have before utilizing alembic, which can be used to brew potions. All potions are made by mixing 2 bottles together. How about 2 potions together? Well, I don't want to be redundant. Combination is as a recipe. Let's just put it say as a recipe. Introduce the idea of recipes. Mix potions with the alembic, use it and then select your first and second ingredients with this button. Press them together with this other button, or collect the result from the bottom of the alembic slot. Water can fill your belly a little. Blessed water can be dangerous to certain monsters. Brewers like to use water to duplicate potions. Skilled alchemists have a better chance at duplicating with water. Failure will result in loss of the potion. Mix water with other potions to duplicate them. I should switch spots. Yeah, these should switch slots. So this is a north-facing sign. This is an east-facing sign now. Okay, so we have brewers like to use water to duplicate potions. Mix water with other potions to duplicate them. To view your duplication chances, hover over the bottom Olympic slot once your potion and water have been prepared for brewing. Skilled alchemists have a better chance at duplicating with water. Failure will result in a loss of the potion. Okay. So this, I think I should move this all down here, and then I'm going to use this sign to talk about, actually, first let's see what this one says. I feel like maybe acid should be moved way forward in this instructional period. So let's go ahead and move this ahead. Not sure what we're going to do with it yet, but I can say... What is this? Not all potions make a good base for mixing. So I'll say something like mix your fruit juice fruit juice and booze in the alembic to see a failed recipe. Let's get rid of that. In the next hall, you will find a variety of potions to experiment with. When you have created a successful mixture, its recipe will be added to the Alembics recipe tab. Okay, so we've definitely slowed the teaching of this by a lot, by having this all three of these signs dedicated to duplication before we introduce failed recipes, which result in sickness, which I think is useful because that tells the player immediately if they're not mixing properly, then we're going to tell them. And then this next sign tells them that successful recipes show up in the recipes tab. Okay. can actually expand this room a bit if I want to. Might be useful. All right, so I want to teach some recipes in here. Invisibility. Let me pull up an alchemy guide real quick. I want to teach some useful brews straight out the gate. So, like Restore Magic. This one tells players that they can make healing potions from fruit juice, and Restore Magic was one of the most useful recipes to know because healing is important. So let's find it. Yes, even I need a reference. Sorry for how boring I am on stream right now. 1 second here. I'm just looking up alchemy recipes. Okay, so Restore Magic. Only useful with invisibility and fruit juice. Invisibility. Oh, and Restore Magic does extra healing. So those actually go nice side by side. Restore Magic useful for spellcasters, mixed with fruit juice for I'm gonna have this be a south. On the south wall here. So we'll say Potion of Invisibility. Just grants invisibility is good enough, honestly. And then I'll say mix with Restore magic to create powerful potions of extra healing. Yeah, I mean, the other thing I could talk about would be, with invisibility, would be to mix with blindness for polymorph, but I think that's an esoteric enough potion that I don't need to put it in the tutorial here. So let's put pillars. Let's put a pillar here. That's more fun. Confusion. Okay, confusion and acid should be sort of introduced together. And then what do I have? Blindness. Booze. Strength. I don't know. Blindness may not be a great one to do here. I've got to come up with like a short list of potions that would be useful for finishing the trial. That's kind of the important part here. That's funny. I can make this room bigger if I want to also. What does this sign say? Oh, this is the potion of blindness sign. Confusion up here just temporarily. We're gonna move acid temporarily up here too. Okay, so we made healing potions. Maybe a cure ailment like fruit juice and blindness. Okay, we already have fruit juice, so blindness. This can be like the beneficial potions room. Mixed with fruit juice to mixed with fruit juice to complete the cure ailment recipe. Okay, let's look at the storm potions. So sickness, speed, and ice storm. So invisibility and restore magic can make speed. Aloha. What's up, Gen X Gamer? What's this cool game? Well, I am just doing some tutorial level design edits right now for the alchemy tutorial. And this super cool guy. Thank you. Good to see you, man. Yeah, I'm just trying to get my stuff together to make this tutorial way more educational. I mean, it works technically, but it's probably the most annoying tutorial in the game, and I don't like annoying tutorials personally, so I'm trying to ease up on that. you know. So I'm spreading out the education a little bit. Yeah, hard stance on annoying tutorials. Just I'm not having it. And so far the difference is, I think it was the potion, or sorry, the potion. The tutorial does a good job so far of introducing you to potion effects, but then after you're introduced to the alembic, it really rushes the education, and it's and then leaves a lot to the player to experiment with, and then but actually introduces them to the most dangerous mechanic first. So because you can make your potions blow up in your face in Barony, and there's no reason why I had to do that. I would like to avoid introducing the most dangerous mechanic first. I know it might seem self-explanatory, but apparently not self-explanatory enough. So alright, so you get introduced to water, you get a few signs to tell you how to duplicate water, and then you get an educational sign about how not everything is good for mixing. And then you get introduced to this sort of like, all right, now we're going to do the recipes room. So you go into this room now, and it'll tell you, hey, you can mix these things together or these things together, and you'll get this. And that's what a recipe is. And that makes perfect sense. That's way better than what I had. Let's get rid of this fire. So what is this sign for? Brewing, oh, can be demanding on your inventory. Let's move that sign up there for now. Okay, so we're teaching restore health, extra restore health, cure ailment, and then we've got a blindness potion here. And then we could do, booze and cure ailment. So that'll be a new sign. So let's go ahead and put a couple more signs here. So we'll say, actually these can just be signs with no ingredients next to them. Potions of speed. Brew a potion of speed by combining booze with cure ailment. Okay. And how about levitation? How are we getting that? Levitation, levitation. Invisibility. Okay, so this is sort of like the cure ailment section. Brew a potion of levitation by mixing cure ailment with invisibility. So this is actually really good because I've given the player only 3 potions and I've given them access to 5 different recipes. Using ingredients they already have. And so it's kind of exactly the sort of experimentation that I wanted to condone. But now I have real instructions force unlocked. Okay. So now there's a door here. It's sort of like, okay, when you're done brewing, you can leave. Okay, and then this can be, this can start out as the acid room. Let's try that. Move this over here for now. Glad you're here, by the way, Gen X Gamer. Thanks for coming to hang out. Appreciate you. Maybe I can bring back the fire. Because this is sort of like, we're mixing with acid, and acid is dangerous. So, let's see. Acid. This may be enough room to talk about acid. We'll find out, I guess. Okay. Okay. These are good signs. I might just have to rearrange this room. Okay, so acid. Acid can be dangerous to enemies and brewers. It is the only ingredient that can make the deadly unstable potions which scale in power with the brewer. Which is true. So I can put a second sign to the right. Say something along the lines of, you can potions of thunderstorm can be reliably brewed by mixing acid and potions of speed together. Beware unstable potions of this kind are more likely to damage your alembic. Okay, so I teach the player how to make one damaging potion, and the only way to get it is to brew 2 other potions together that I've taught them how to make. So this potion of confusion table, confuse acid by mix potions of fruit. Actually, just fruit juice. Mix fruit juice with confusion also turns acid into booze and booze into fruit juice. I think that's what it is. Okay. So if the player is learning, we've basically told them how to make as many healing potions as they want, or as many speed potions as they want, which they can use to make firestorm or thunderstorm potions, which is way more useful information than they were getting before about this stuff. So that's something. I think I'm gonna move this wall up. Okay, and the next room has this information about bottles. I warn about tapping. We're just hiding this in the corner here. Let's make this a east facing. Okay, so this is our little acid room. I don't know if I've ever seen somebody do this potion tapping thing correctly on the first try. I feel like I need to have it next to the fountains, but I worry that if I put the bottles out here with the fountains, players are likely to drink from the fountain before they read the sign. Which is a risk, you know, so... I'd like to think of a way to solve that problem. Why don't I move this lever down here? And... maybe I put this on the wall next to the lever. Oops. Wrong button. Needs to face west. So, I feel like maybe the right thing to do is to split this into two signs, because I'm giving the player two pieces of information, and I think that's where they get lost. So the first sign should say something about potions coming from drinking, or yeah, drinking potions. And the second one should be exclusively about collecting. Drinking potion may occasionally yield an empty bottle. So that one is sitting right above the potion, but then next to the potion, we have this one. Which will just say how to attack with a bottle to drink or to tap it. So we're gonna say equip empty bottles to tap fountains. Or how about sinks or fountains? Using $. Filling your bottles with this will fill fill your bottle with water or other potions. Okay. All right, that's much more informative. Whether the layout is good or not, I don't know. What's up, Xanos? Yeah, you caught me on stream. First time chat. So you've been, I'm guessing you see my announcements on Discord or something? Thanks for coming to hang out. I appreciate it. Okay, so we've made a lot of changes to the alchemy trial. I'm gonna run through it and just look at the signs. I want to say for dev reasons, but need for test reasons. All right, man. I understand. Makes a lot of sense. I'll see you around, Gen X Gamer. Friend and I recently worked our butts off to kill the twins. Super duper hyped for the update. Awesome. Awesome. Good to have you around. So, all right. We're gonna save this and we're gonna enter the trial. We'll go ahead and do a dump. Nah, I guess we. Let's not do a dump. Let's not do a dump. All right, so that stayed active. That's good. Oh, I need to. Yeah, the signs don't work until I. Well, let's go ahead and dump signs, and then we'll go back to data, scripts, and move it into tutorial 8. That's good, and then we're gonna edit that. The work you guys have done to make this game controller friendly as well as update the UI is nothing short of a miracle. It's so well done. Well, thank you so much for saying so. You know, a part of me gets a little bit sad that it's taken as long as it has. You know, it's like if we had just started making a new game 2 years ago, if it was a small game, we could have been done with it by now. But Barony is such a big and feature-rich game that just redoing its UI is a whole project in itself. So I'm hopeful that it'll make it accessible to a brand new audience and that it will be all worth it. So I appreciate you hanging out and hanging with the current version of the game. Good stuff takes work. Yeah, that's true. So hopefully it's the right call. Hopefully it's the right call. Okay, we're not restarting the trial yet, actually. We have to go back to our log, Barony log, and use the names. Edit. Besides that, Barony's UI, respectfully, was a difficult thing to teach new players. Yeah, I think it was a big turnoff, especially when you started having things like scroll menus and tinkering and brewing. It's just like a headache to deal with it. Having the shops, you can only view 4 items in it. It's just ugly. Full of a lot of mechanics and not all of them are immediately apparent. Yeah, and that really was the goal, is just try to make everything way more obvious for a new player. Okay, so we're deleting all this. We're deleting all of this. And oh my gosh, that's a lot of signs. That's a whole friggin' fart ton of signs. So, my next task is to go through this and update all of the signs with this new that are located at these coordinates. You've taken a weakness of the game with this update and turning it into what I might argue is a major strength. Cannot sing enough praise of what you've seen. Well, thanks again for saying so. That means a ton to me. And, you know, like, UI is one of those things that, like, if it's done really well, people never talk about it. And it's not good, then people complain about it. And so, you know, to hear people, or you specifically, talk about how great it looks and how it's going to be a major strength of the game, it's really a testament to, you know, how hard we've worked on it and tried to make it good. But I think specifically for roguelikes, I would argue that probably the greatest weakness of traditional roguelikes as a genre is that the user feedback and the user interface is so bad that most players can't understand even how to enjoy the game. How could they possibly learn to enjoy this game when so much of it is obfuscated and it's very difficult to understand what's even going on? It's like sound design, invisible when done right and ignored when done well. I think that's true too. Yeah, occasionally you get something like a Doom shotgun sound effect that people are like, "Oh, this is so satisfying," and then they want to comment on it. But generally, yeah, I agree that most people don't comment on sound design either. But yeah, roguelikes have always been just as complicated as Barony, and I mean traditional roguelikes. And in a lot of ways, one could argue that they're just as fun as Barony, even if, you know, they're turn-based or whatever. But the problem has been that they're just too hard to learn in order for most people to be able to enjoy them. And we haven't, with Barony, I would argue that we haven't reduced the complexity of roguelikes really at all. We've just made it easier to learn it and understand what the hell is even happening when you play. And that's going to go a long way. Like, just for the genre, it's just going to be a better... It's going to be like... It's going to take an extremely difficult to learn type of game and turn it into something that hopefully anyone can learn to enjoy. If they want to, you know, like... Not everyone's going to love roguelikes, that's fine. But if, like... There are certain roguelikes that I never could get into because they were just too, like... I kept having to go back and reference the controls. And I'm just like, I'm not excited enough about playing this game to beat my head against the wall trying to learn it. And not learn how to play it successfully, but just learn what the controls even are. You know? It's just a headache. Barony's a rare breed of what I'd call a true rogue. The fountains and art style and curse loot all reminds you of the original stuff. Well, thanks. It's definitely where our inspiration comes from. Whenever anyone says Barony first-person net hack with co-op, and that's like their description of the game, like that gives us a little piece of satisfaction because Barony is absolutely directly inspired by NetHack. Yeah. Which is probably one of the more robust older roguelikes out there. all we're doing right now is replacing the old style signs with the new style signs using the same text that I just built for them and had built for them previously. I mean, this is hilarious. H, we just did H. 15.5. And then we can play test it and see if the placement of the signs is even good. So we had to really start from square one with this tutorial. There was a lot that was wrong with it. That just made it not fun to learn, and I'm really hoping I improve that. 12.7, that's you. Luckily, this is a pretty easy process for me to repeat. Is there an expansion releasing with the new UI update? I can say yes and no. So anything that would require new programming in terms of game content is not going to, for the most part, not going to be added. After the big update, we are doing DLC 3, which obviously will have a ton of new content in it. But our programmers are so busy on this UI update that there's no way they can build that side by side with what we're doing with the UI. So I have been, between features that I've been waiting on and things like that, I have been working on improving game content for Barony. So there is some new content, but it's using technology and content tools I already have rather than anything that would require new programming. So like a new enemy is not something that I can reasonably program by myself and have it be any good because I'm not a programmer. But I've added 200 levels to the mines, so the first tile set in the game is much robust. There's a lot more variety in it, and I deliberately picked the mines because the player plays those the most. I would like to continue adding variety to all of the tile sets so that they all have as much variety as the new mines does. So there will be an element of the update where it'll feel fresh, like in some way it'll feel like you're playing the game for the first time again because you'll finally be discovering new things in even the earliest levels. I'm changing some of the secret levels so that they have some more stuff in them, some different mechanics or some fixes, and stuff like that. We have cutscenes for our story sequences now, cutscene art, and that's all stuff that was mostly a problem of a content creator like me rather than a programmer. So in that way, there's some kind of expansion, but not in the way of just being like new places to visit or new monsters to kill or even new items to collect. Those aren't things I can really do by myself, while waiting on features from the other guys. You've seen people say yes and no. Yeah. It's a lot of work. Loved all the characters in the previous 2 DLC packs, but they all seem like they took a ton of work. It's a good idea to add a lot more variety from the start. Wow, cutscene art. Yeah. It's pixel art, No rendered cutscenes or anything like that, but I contracted out some artists and I made some cutscene art myself. Here, let's save what we've got so far, just to give you like a taste. Oh wait, that's not. Never mind. I can't give you a taste just at the moment, unfortunately. Pixel art is absolutely fine. Well, cool. Where's 1620? 1620. All right, that one's done. So yeah, and some of the things that I'm including in the mines, and hopefully the other tile sets, we'll see how much time I get. What I'm kind of expecting is that it'll feel like playing an old Sega game. That's funny and true. 12, 18. One of the things I'm trying to do as I add more levels is we haven't added any new levels really since the editor got a massive upgrade. So near the end of the Blessed Edition, actually, I can't even say that. I would say that Wall of Justice added a bunch of scripting features to the Barony level editor. Which enabled me to build the Hall of Trials in the first place. And so, in other words, there was a ton of great level design tools added to Barony, like, and all I've really used it for is the Hall of Trials. And so, which is great. I mean, it meant the Hall of Trials are, you know, powerfully different and engaging and interesting for their own reasons. But what that also means is that none of our other levels really take advantage of those features. And so as I've gone back through the mines, I've tried to make more fun stuff in the mines that takes advantage of those new features. And so I'd really like to bring that to the rest of the game. One of the things that was like sort of it was almost bittersweet, because people really, really loved the Hall of Trials when we first released it. And then none of the rest of the game plays with the similar sort of scripted puzzle solving and stuff like that, the way the Hall of Trials do. And I'm not so worried that we lied to the players about what the game was, because the only reason why the trials were set up that way was to teach game mechanics. It wasn't because we were making some puzzle game. But that said, I love puzzles and stuff in my dungeon crawlers, and so I'm really excited for the opportunity to put some more of that in the rest of the game, you know, in a subtle way, because you don't want to repeat the same puzzle too many times. But I think there's some other things we can do to make it really engaging. Have the occasional odd puzzle solution to do stuff. Hall Trials is a great change. I don't understand stealth as a concept until then. Oh, awesome. Yeah, that, like, I think there's a ton of mechanics that people just either made wrong assumptions about or had no way to understand at all how it worked, because it's just, we just sort of threw the players in and said, figure it out, bro, and then never really confirmed whether or not the things they're learning are correct. So yeah, big improvement. This might seem silly and kind of redundant that I'm going back and changing all these signs because I just wrote a lot of them, but I wanted the basis for these signs to be correct in the level design before I bothered doing all the work of moving them around, because then I'd have to make even more signs and do this again. So 2, 5, that's you. Repeating puzzles and keeping them fresh is impossibly hard to think of. Yeah. I think for that reason, you know, there's a few things I can do to make things fresh every time, or at least, you know the spider traps and the troll traps. Like, in a way, those are little miniature puzzles. 14, 7, hold on a second. And that you see a room full of spiders that is undoubtedly too difficult for you to tackle by yourself. In a normal circumstance, but it gives you an opportunity to look at, okay, there's all these spiders, here's what else is in the environment, maybe I can open it briefly and then close it, or, you know, or maybe I just spike them and kill them all, or whatever. So there's like some problem solving that goes into that. But the thing that made that room, or I should say that makes that room kind of bad, is that it's never different. It's always the same thing that happens in there. And so I've actually, of the 200 levels that I've added to the game, a lot of them are on variations to existing rooms. And so sometimes you'll encounter a cage and it'll be a human in there, or it'll be a skeleton in there, or it'll be something else in there. And so it won't always be always the same stinking amount of spiders. It'll often be something else. And so I can combine a piece of a room with a bigger part of the room to make it so that, you know, a lever in the room doesn't always activate the same thing the same way. So I've tried to add a lot of that to the level design, to at least have like one layer of unpredictable complexity to each room. Spider Trapper isn't great. I don't want to show up here and say mean things, but it's one of the puzzles that doesn't work terribly well. Well, the thing is, like, it would be fine if it happened, you know, once every blue moon. But the fact that that room is very small, and so if there's ever any, like, empty space in a level, that room always gets spawned. Always, always, always. And so you see it all the time. Like, the first time you see the troll room, you might see a treasure chest in there and a troll, and might be like, oh, how am I going to get past that troll to get to that treasure chest? But you've solved it once, you've solved it 1,000 times, and so, like, it sucks. And so, really, like, variety is kind of the name of the game to help solve that problem. Yeah, it's very common spawn. And then what it turns into is it just turns into something for players who are really good at the game. They just end up exploiting it. Like, they know the right way to get as much XP as they can out of it without taking any damage, and then that's all it is now. It's a little XP bank just for you, and it's not fun or interesting. And my philosophy on a lot of game design stuff is that it doesn't, if the player doesn't get to make a meaningful choice about what they're doing, then it's bad for the game. Like, the minute the decision of what you have to do is extremely obvious and straightforward in a roguelike, it's not a real decision anymore, and so it's not fun. That's kind of my point of view on it. So, all right, so now we got the new signs in there. Player wakes up poisoned. Oh, I've got to fix. Hard choices make good games is a good mentality, yeah. So let's save this. Okay, the script is already saved. Let's check my script for errors. Because it's acting like the sign doesn't work. Which is hilarious because I just made it. Okay, no, the script is fine. So what did I do wrong? This is the beginning of the level. This sign right here. Tutorial 8R. Something is wrong with my script, and I don't know what it is. I'm gonna go ahead and return to the trial hub. The sign doesn't work. Will another sign work? Other signs aren't working. Let's turn on our messages. It says tutorial 8S, so it's suggesting here that new signs look dope. I haven't even really. I mean, this is the same models that we've always had. I just can't get them to show up. The game is acting like my script is broken, but according to my JSON validator, it's not broken. So, oh, I see what you're saying. Yes, thank you. I'm glad you got a chance to spot it. I wonder if there's too many signs? I mean, that would be unexpected and terrifying. Let's go ahead and just experiment by deleting several signs and seeing what happens. Oh gosh, silly me. Hold on, let's undo that. Okay. Okay, what happened is I failed to do this. Load scripts. Duh. Okay. Alright, you have been poisoned. Drink this from your inventory with blah, blah, blah. Okay, so what I need to do, I'm just going to rush ahead so that I can see how the new stuff is working. Okay. Okay, we haven't changed any of this yet. Bruh. What did you notice? Giant crab? Yeah. I have a... I have the crabs, the arachnophobia setting put on, so check it out. If you go to video and scroll down, you have some accessibility features, content control, colorblind mode, and arachnophobia filter. And so I previously made the crabs adorbs mod, which replaced spiders with crabs in using the workshop, the Steam workshop. But now it's just a setting in the game. Yeah, it was a giant crab. Okay, can be used to brew. Okay, I need to go ahead and correct some of these signs. Let's go ahead and just do this step. It won't take us that long. We're gonna organize this text so that it all fits. All these changes haven't peaked on your progress in a year. Dang, dude. How far along is the update to being done? Well, we're hoping to get it shipped out to everyone in the next couple months. No hard date because that's we don't work that way. But yeah, we're getting very close. Done when it's done, yeah. I mean, the fact is we're a small team. There's only 3 of us working full-time and 1 working part-time. No, I don't blame you. I'd want to know. This sign might be too long. We'll find out. But yeah, because there's just 3 of us, it can and we're all responsible for so much. It can be very difficult to really predict how long things are gonna take. Like I thought I was gonna be able to finish like 3 or 4 of these trials a day, and it's been more like 2. And you know, if I put that on a schedule, I would have dramatically misestimated how long it was going to take. And even, like, I was a manager in AAA game development for years. And so it's like, it is part of my professional skill set to gauge how much work is going to, like, how long some work is going to take. But, you know, usually it's the kind of thing where I'm averaging, or I was averaging, how long a task took over a team of like 20 guys. And so their individual unpredictability, getting things done faster or slower than they might expect, kind of evens itself out if you have a good general guess, which I had. You know, I was capable of making good general estimation for how long a task takes. And I'd say that I still am, but it's like, especially when I'm doing something for the first time, like the way that these signs are scripted, it's a totally new process. We didn't know what kind of technical solution we were going to be implementing. It's funny, I don't remember seeing this sign. And so just a lot of the work is unpredictable. And the other thing that's different with Turning Wheel compared to other studios is that we've kind of embraced the idea of feature creep being a good thing. And feature creep is kryptonite for managers and producers in the video game industry. Like every time you allow features to creep out, you extend your deadline, and unless you do that very purposefully, you'll have a game that, you know, kind of never comes out. But one of the things that we learned from, you know, the Blessed Edition and the DLCs is that the more time we gave ourselves to feature creep and the more we allowed ourselves to be inspired by the work we were doing, the better the result is. And so we want to lean into our strengths, given that we're such a small team with so few resources. You know, like, we don't want to be the kind of team that says, we can't do that, that's feature creep, you know? Like, it's one thing to say, hey, we don't like that idea because we don't think it's going to add an important feature to the game that matters. Like, that's something we'll happily say. But, like, yes, that's a really great idea that we love and we want in the game, but we're not going to because of the schedule. Like, that's just not the kind of team that... Well, that's not what has resulted in the best things happening for this game, I guess is one way to think about it. So, feature creep being a good thing, I'm happy to hear it, but goodness, it's a new take. Yeah, I mean, normally when you hear about feature creep, it's in the context of like how destructive it can be. But it's funny, like, even then, you'll find a lot of game developers tell you things like, you know, you have to find the fun in your game. And when you discover something new and fun in your prototyping, like, lean into it. And other, you know, AAA game studios agree with our approach to that, but only during the prototype phase. After that, then they change their story and say, well, now that you're in production, you're not allowed to make the game different anymore, you know? And that's fine, you know, that's when you got a budget and a timeline and, you know, a release window with your marketing team and whatnot, that is necessary. You have to do that. But we're making a roguelike. Like, there's so many... there's so many mechanics that could make the game better. And if we don't do each feature to sort of the kind of the deepest level of implementation, then things won't behave in the way that the player expects, you know? Something like that. It's a way to think about it, I guess. My favorite things in the game are possibly a result of that, though, like the goblin shapeshifter or the engineer having a whole unique play style. Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely true. I should say adventurers. Are there any features that you're currently thinking about or have ideas for? Maybe not for the UI update, but for DLC 3. I mean, we have pages upon pages of ideas that are seeding what our content is going to be for DLC 3. So the short answer is yes, we have a billion ideas. Yeah, in fact, all of the gameplay differences in the races of our first 2 DLCs are the result of feature creep in a way. So I actually conceived of the first 2 DLCs as skins. So I just had the idea. Yeah, I conceived of them as skins. Like, I was always the kind of pen and paper. Yep, that's right. I was the kind of role-playing gamer who just enjoyed whenever I was in a group, like a role-playing group. I would like to play like monster characters. And so I was like, it'd be fun to run around this game as a goblin. And that was sort of it. Like, I didn't really... Like, it's an obvious enough idea to say, that goblins should have different gameplay or whatever. But for me, because I'm a designer and artist without programming skill, I wanted to propose things that I could deliver on without a lot of help. But Wall of Justice was really... committed to the gameplay being different for them, which is also sort of what led to reading while typing and talking. It's difficult. He's really committed to the gameplay being different, and so he started implementing some differences, and I was just like, that's really cool, but if we're gonna do that, like, let's talk about it. Let's come up with a plan for some of these races so that we're doing what we're doing, like some cohesive planning for what they all can do. And I would say that I had more influence on Legends of Pariahs than Myths and Outcasts, but both of them were the result of Wall of Justice being like, nah, if we're gonna do extra races, they should have different gameplay. And so that's what caused us to release them as a set for $4 for the kit, rather than what I had proposed is do like $1 each and just make them a skin. Like, if you want to play as a skeleton, go show off that you have your skeleton skin in your games with your buddies, and that's fun, and you just paid $1 for it. Which is like, I would also say, like, generally speaking, I'm not a big fan of selling skins, but given that sort of it's a role-playing game and I would like to play as a different sort of monster, I felt like, it wasn't going to be a bad DLC, but Wall was absolutely committed to making sure that it was going to be a gameplay effective DLC, and that was really cool. It was a smart choice. Pandora, what's up? As the Minotaur? Yeah. Races just coming glad some case differences or something I love. Yeah, it's definitely added a lot to the game. The fact that your racial differences mix with your class differences, it's like it's added major replay to the game for sure. And yeah, players love the DLC. Okay. And that makes sense, you know. And it just the result is though is that like it took us a year and a half to make that DLC, but I had, you know, the art done for that DLC in like 2 weeks. So we could have released that DLC in 2018, easy. Like we released the Blessed Edition in like February of 2018, I think. So that the DLC could have been out in like, you know, June or earlier of 2018 if it was just skins. And then we could have done a lot more of them, like a bunch more skins for a bunch of different types of characters. But because we added gameplay to it, it ended up taking like 6 months for the first DLC and like 8 months for the second. And you know, it is what it is. And I'm very happy that's the way it is. And you know what? You could say the same thing with the Blessed Edition. Like, so we did the Blessed Edition before the DLC, obviously. And again, that was a case of me saying, hey, look at all the monsters we have right now. I can take all these different monsters, change their art up, and then if all we do is copy paste their behavior and then assign new stats to them, they'll feel like different monsters, and I can make a bunch of levels, and then we'll have a big content expansion. So why don't we do that? And so we agreed to do that. But once again, Wall of Justice was not satisfied with that plan. He wanted the behavior of everything in there to be different and new, which, again, is awesome. It made it way better. It just meant that it took, you know, a year and a half to release that instead of 6 months. So, I guess this is all back on the theme of that it's feature creep, which has allowed the game to be as good as it can be, you know. I'm accustomed to, when I'm doing small team work, I'm accustomed to being on my own. You know what I mean? To not have a lot of help with programming. But because of how this team operates, I don't have to worry about that anymore, and I can worry more about how to make the game as good as it can be, and that's really cool. Did the Baron build the dungeon, or did he conquer it? Would be a good DLC to make the Baron character where he first conquered the dungeon. That's funny. I mean, all that backstory is in our lore books if you want to read into it. About how he ended up in the dungeon. Like, there's multiple lore books that describe that. Speaking of lore books, that's one of the content updates that I made to the game. Is I've done a pass on all of the lore books, so now the lore is a little bit more consistent and has more gameplay tips. It's too bad. Yeah, I understand what you mean. So yeah, one could argue that Wall of Justice is responsible for almost all of our feature creep. He's not in the chat, so I can talk trash. I'm just kidding. He wouldn't mind me saying that, I don't think. You'd prefer a werewolf to a Baron? Goodness sake. Gotta balance the vampire out. Yeah, I don't know. It's funny, like, werewolf is not one of the ideas that we have on our DLC 3 list. Not that any of us has anything against vampires. It's sort of the werewolf vampire dichotomy, I feel like, really came about with like Underworld and Anne Rice and Twilight. You know, Vampire the Masquerade. What else? But like back in the day, vampires and werewolves didn't really have anything to do with each other. It's more like a modern horror thing. The player a clock and they change forms on a timer. That's funny. absolutely a modern take to have vampires and werewolves together. Honestly, yeah. Honestly, I think the first place I ever saw werewolves and vampires in the same world was the Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall. But they weren't really like mortal enemies. They just happened to be in the same fantasy world. And I think on that note, I think it's interesting that like fantasy games have horror monsters in them. Like, I don't think there's any reason to take for granted why fantasy has horror monsters in it. Like, it's just kind of like a modern oddity. Like, hey, a monster's a monster, you know? Like, it can belong in the same world. Where you first saw it too. Maybe adding a extra small pre-made single-player lore episode you could unlock by reading a lore book might be too much work. Well, the thing I like about that suggestion, Pandora, is that like our level editor is actually really good, and not enough people use it. Actually, I think aim has been changed. Sorry. Not enough people use it. Like, you could make all sorts of great linear dungeon adventures using the Barony editor. Like, you could have a full-on, like, Legend of Grimrock, you know. Maybe the first game more than the second game, because the second game's a little less linear. But if you just wanted to do, like, a linear dungeon, you could totally do that in Barony. There's no reason why you couldn't. You could just, like, ignore all of the procedural level generation stuff, and instead... let's say bottled water. There we go. I'm just like, sorry, I'm mashing my keyboard like crazy. There's so many games like, I don't know, Eye of the Beholder, the original Eye of the Beholder games for the old DOS computers. Where, yeah, you could totally make like a completely new linear fantasy dungeon game out of Barony using its level editor, and it would be amazing. But yeah, those are just not the kind of mods people make for Barony for some reason. Like, I don't know if the level editor is intimidating or what, but. Honestly, I haven't tried to use it. Not much of a coder. Neverwinter Nights, yeah. You don't have to do any programming at all to make fun dungeons with the Barony level editor. Like I said before, the level editor only got scripting features just before the Holo Trials. Like, that's what allowed me to build the Holo Trials. So if you just wanted to make room-to-room fight monsters, put treasure down, like, you don't need any programming knowledge at all. Intimidation factor. Yeah. Yeah, you just need, like, an idea for a fun dungeon, and you can pretty much make it. You know, once you start wanting to do things like puzzles, you can do some simple puzzles using just scripting wire, or not scripting wire. We can call them scripting wires or activation wires. So let me open the editor here. Just like here's the simplest example here. So if you look closely at my screen, you can see right here there's a lever. This is a lever object. If I go to sprites, this is all the objects that you can spawn in a level. This is the lever. You just click on it and you can place a lever. Click, and now it's there. So when the player flips a lever, what it does is it creates a power source. And so if I just put the lever in front of the gate, the power source will be right next to the gate, and then that will open the gate. So literally putting the lever right here, that means this gate will open when I pull the lever. So already I've created an interaction between the player using an object in the world and the gate opening. It's that simple. And if I want that connection to go further distance, like let's put this lever across the room and I want it to open this gate, I just select this lightning bolt icon. We call that a wire. And you just connect it with lightning bolts over to the gate. And so now if I pull this lever, this gate will open. Because when one wire is powered, so this lever creates power, the wire moves power from this to this to this to this. Now we've got a lever that opens the gate across the level. Like, that's all. You're just placing two objects and suddenly you can create like whatever relationship between two objects that you want. Is there a trigger you have to kill the monster for unlocking the next floor? Kind of. So in the Hall of Trials, there's a few of the trials where you're stuck in a room until you kill all the monsters inside, and then the door will open. But that does require scripting. So I have to create a script. So actually there's one in this level right here. So this script right here, it's just 2 lines of script. You can see all of it here. It's attaching to the monsters. So there's, what, 8 skeletons in this room? 7 skeletons in this room? So I'm saying attach to the monsters in this room. I define the coordinates of this room. So I'm going from like the top left corner of the room to the bottom right corner of the room. That's coordinates on the x-axis 25 to 31 and on the y-axis 2 to 19. And then trigger if the attached dies. Okay, so what happens in the script is going to occur when the attached monsters die. The thing that's going to happen is that it's going to power the coordinate 2919. So 2919 is this gate right here. So in other words, all this script says is, hey, you know those monsters in this area? Attach to all of them so that you know when they die. And when they die, power this specific coordinate. And when this coordinate is powered, because it's a gate, we just talked about power from the lever, then that gate will open. So you kill all the skeletons in this room, this gate opens. That's how the scripting works in this level. So you just have to build a power grid and not just connect one object to object 2. Yeah, it's still connecting object 1 to object 2. It is, yeah, I mean, it's both of those. So, I mean, you could build a power grid of like, you know, other complicated interactions, but like, if, like in discussing a grid, see, so like if I made wires here, 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 and here, if I pulled this lever, then all of the wires connected to all of this stuff would be powered. So not only would this door open, but this door would close. So you gotta, if you're just using the tiles, you gotta be kind of careful about where you're gonna put stuff. If that makes some sense. Yeah. So that's like one of the weaknesses of using these wires is like, if you have this wire next to something that you don't want activated, there's just like, you know, well, put the wire somewhere else. You have to find somewhere else to put the wire or else it won't work properly. And so using these scripts, like this script can be anywhere in the level and it'll do its job. It doesn't rely on the wire being in a certain location. So anyway, that was a really like fast crash course into how to use the basics of scripting in the level editor. But like, yeah, even without any of the scripting, you can have levers that activate doors. You can have pressure plates on the ground. So like, this is effectively a pressure plate. When you walk on it, it creates power, just like a lever does. But instead of pulling the lever, you just walk on it. It does the exact same freaking thing as a lever. You've got stuff like the wall buster. So this is just, all this does is it deletes a wall in the level when it's powered. So you connect a lever with wires to this, and this wall would go away, you know, once that lever is pulled. So there's a lot of things you can do. Like, there's some other stuff you could do too, like if you, you know, if you build a hallway and there's a monster in the hallway, and at the end of the hallway there's a lever, like the player has to get past that monster before they can pull the lever. So you can create a situation like that really easily, where it's like, oh, I want to get through this door, but there's a monster in the way. I guess I got to go kill the monster, and then I can pull the lever and get through the door. Like there's a lot of very basic like fantasy dungeon stuff you can do without any scripting whatsoever. Can you make a wall unbreakable? Yeah, in the map attributes, you can make all walls unbreakable, so disable digging. All of the trials have digging disabled. You can't make one certain wall unbreakable right now. We don't have a tool that does that in the level editor. But you can make all the walls unbreakable. Dreams on PS4 to make some simple games. That's cool. If you can do that, this shouldn't be too tough. Yeah, I think so. I mean, you know, PS4, it's got to be controller friendly. So somebody worked really hard to make sure that you could do that on that system. But I think the Barony level editor is very simple to use. Like, it's a little simpler than the Doom level editor, in my opinion, and a little more complex than the Wolfenstein 3D level editor. So more powerful than the Wolfenstein 3D level editor. I might say it's more powerful than the Doom level editor. You could probably come up with most of the ideas that you could do in Doom, and you'd be able to do them in Barony, except for your rooms have to be made out of squares. Doom editor and Halo Forge, just never proper PC coding stuff. Well, like I said, I'm not doing coding, you know? Not doing coding. I'm using these simple scripts that are just like, the script does one thing, you just enter the coordinates or whatever targets. And if you open up a script box like this, the text box, and hover over this, it'll give you a bunch of instructions. But we also have guides on the Steam guides. So just go to Barony on Steam, and then go to the guides section, and Wall of Justice has written some really good guides on how to use the editor and do scripting if you want to. Yeah, I understand what you mean. I was not much of a scripter myself for a lot of years. And so it's, you know, it's no joke. I think that scripting is no joke. Like, there's a big difference between good scripting and bad scripting. Okay. Oh yeah, my pleasure. And especially if it inspires you, I'll be excited to see what you come up with. Okay, so I have completed sort of like a pass on arranging the text in these signs. I think the last thing I'll do is I'll go ahead and replace Pixel Maz, which is a font, with Pixel Mix, which is a bigger, easier to read font. And this will help me understand if I have the right amount of signs in this level yet. I need to load scripts. Boom. You can improve your alchemy skill by drinking a potion for the first time. I mean, I already need to fix this. I use the word "you're" a lot. Okay. Just change that from 3 lines to 4 lines. You can improve your alchemy skill by drinking a potion for the first time. Bottles of booze and fruit juice will not heal as much as healing potions, but they are more common. Drinking or getting hit by throwing booze makes you drunk. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Alchemy was always another thing I absolutely didn't understand until Hall of Trials. Oh, awesome. So the Hall of Trials tutorial actually helped because, man, I'm not happy with the way it is right now. Before you lies an alembic which can be used to brew potions. All potions are made by mixing 2 bottles together as a recipe. To mix potions in the alembic, use it and then select your first and second ingredients with this button. Well, good. I'm very happy to hear that, Xanos. Brew them with this button or collect the result from the bottom Olympic slot. So one thing I want to show off is right here. Watch. When I pick up this, yeah, good. When I pick up this Olympic, this door is going to open. See? And in the editor, all that is check it out. And this is just a little bit of being clever. It's not any scripting at all. Under the alembic pedestal, I have a floor trap. And all that a trap is something that when you step on it, it gains power. And when you step off of it, it loses power. So it's like the switch is thrown, and then when you step on it, the switch gets activated, and when you step off it, the switch gets deactivated. And so by putting this trap under here, it's detecting that the alembic is on it, and so it's powered, and that means that this gate is closed. So we have 2 kinds of gates. We have normal gates, and then we have inverted gates. And as you might guess, the only difference between an inverted gate and a regular gate is when an inverted gate gets power, it closes. And when a regular gate gets power, it opens. So yeah, I just actually let me demonstrate it in real time. It's funny to me anyway. So if I break this pedestal, actually this pedestal's facing the wrong way. Let's fix that first. Podium needs to face west. Little fixes. Let's punch this podium to death. Now, if I step on this, it closes the gate. So you can see my trickery. But it looks a lot smarter than it is. I threw a torch on it and it closes. Take the torch off, it opens. So there you have it. That's as smart as I get. Okay, so next sign. Bottled water can fill your belly a little. Blessed water can be dangerous to certain monsters. Brewers like to use... let's change this sign a little bit. Blessed water. Oops, wrong... Looking for the wrong thing. Blessed. Here's what we're gonna do. Bar water can fill your belly a little, and blessed water can be dangerous to certain monsters. Brewers like to use water to brew duplicate potions. Okay. Let's modify this just a bit. I like to get my arrangement of my lettering so that it reads easily. Okay. Mix water with other potions to duplicate them. To view your duplication chances, hover over the... Hold on, did we do this correctly? Okay. Mix your water with other potions to duplicate them. Okay, that's enough information. To view your duplication chances, hover over the bottom alembic slot once your potion water have been prepared for brewing. Okay, that's good info. I mean, the sign's a little long. It's not technically too long. Mixed water. All right, that's much better. Okay, I mean, it's long. I'll get some highlights in there. Could make that 2 signs. Yeah, I could. Whenever I make 2 signs, I worry that people aren't going to read them at all. Like they're going to read the first one and not the second one. It happens all the time, and I've watched a lot of people play the Holo Trials. What I've been trying to do instead, and maybe what I should do before you leave the stream, Xanos, is to show you some of the other levels. Because I use highlights to attract attention to certain words. So, so I might highlight like mix water and duplicate. And then all this I might leave unhighlighted because it's less important information. This one I might say better chance would be highlighted and loss of the potion, or failure, loss of the potion. This one, brewers like to use water to duplicate potions. I would highlight duplicate potions. So hopefully, like I'm trying all sorts of stuff to help draw attention. Oh cool, this is a wrong sign. Okay, let's fix this sign real quick. This is facing west. It needs to be facing north. And it's going to be 30 voxels down. What, this one? Not all potions make a good base for mixing. Failures can result in potions of sickness. Oh, the 3 signs. Oh, about water? Yeah, maybe. One of the things that I'm doing in the level design is trying to make it so that the default direction you're facing when you're going a direction, players tend to go straight ahead and read signs like that. But if they have to look around for a sign, they're more likely to miss it. And so I've tried to put signs like right in front of you and be like, oh, I turned a corner. Oh, look, another sign. And then they'll actually read that next sign. But if I had like all 3 in a row, like right here, 1, 2, 3, like players wouldn't read all 3. You know what I mean? Number of signs is fine. It's just the distance of them apart. Yeah, I mean, just that's the challenge. Just getting them to read 3 signs in a row is like pulling teeth. Sign 2 can lose the top part. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, brewers like to use water to duplicate potions. I could say mix water with other potions to duplicate them right here. And then and I can get rid of this, or sorry, mix water with other potions to duplicate them. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the previous wording was more ambiguous. It said brewers like to use water to duplicate. So this is much clearer now. So I can try that out. I mean, I could get rid of the line about it being deadly to certain monsters. It's not really essential to this tutorial to talk about blessed water. That would allow me to fit a picture of water into this tutorial, which I would like. So I would do something like... you liked sign 1 how it was. I might actually want to, because this is an alchemy tutorial, having this... I might be able to squeeze a picture of the bottled water here. I'd like to include a picture if I can, is all. And that's something you haven't seen yet, is pictures on the signs. Okay, I'm gonna speed run this. Next hall, you will find a variety of potions to experiment with. If you have created a successful mixture, its recipe will be added to the Olympics recipe tab. Oh, I didn't level design this very well. Hold on a second. I need to do this. well, it's funny how I missed that. It's because I didn't walk around it in here. So in the level editor, if you just press the F key, you can wander around in first person. And that lets you, you know, catch a lot of stuff that you wouldn't catch otherwise. For instance, I just was able to catch that this tile was missing above the gate. Okay, so we're walking back through here. This is our acid room. Okay, and then this is the mixing room. The new mixing room. You could replace those pillars with actual pillars. Why don't we do that? It'll probably look cooler. Let's see how it looks. Okay. We'll get back to that in a second. Potions for restore magic. Useful for spellcasters mixed with fruit juice and create a potion of healing. All right, we're gonna go ahead and assume we're gonna have an image in here of the restore magic effect. Did I lose internet access? I just saw my thing said connecting to chat. Okay, I'm back. Did I cut out, by the way, for a quick second there? No, okay, good. It looked like I got disconnected from chat briefly. All right, we had the orientation. Okay, awesome. Had orientation of my tables wrong. Okay, that one's correct. How about this table? No, this needs to be east facing. Table east facing, good. This one could be, I'd actually rather this one be south facing. This one should be east facing, and it is good. Okay, save, 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 save. I'm more concerned with the signs for the moment. Potions of invisibility grants invisibility. Okay. And every time my script breaks, it's because I forgot a comma. I guarantee it. Cure ailment recipe. Brew a potion of speed by combining booze with a cure ailment potion. Brew a potion of levitation. Okay. So this room makes a nice little cycle of potions. So I haven't given the player strict instructions about what they have to do, but I have just given them information and then the tools to act on the information. I think previously I did not really give them the information. I said, hey, you can experiment to mix potions, good luck, and that's just not good enough. Potion of confusion, mix fruit juice with potions of confusion to get more acid. Okay, Okay, obviously this is wrong. So I have to make a quick decision here. I kind of like the idea of the acid being next to the fire. So I'm going to go ahead and move the acid over to the fire. Like, I want to sell this as the, you know, it's next to the fire, so it's, like, dangerous. And this needs to be a south-facing sign. And as a result, it's negative 30 voxels offset. Okay. I'm going to put our table back. Okay, so that's... We're going to make the table face the right direction. Especially with such a complicated alchemical system, of all the tutorials, this one should be as clear as possible. Yeah, I'm really trying to improve it dramatically. Okay. And then the sign for this needs to be facing south. And as a result, it needs to be negative 30 voxels up. Okay. Save. And well, let's read the signs, make sure the content is good. Mix with fruit juice. Mix fruit juice with potions of confusion to get more acid. Confusion also turns acid into booze and booze into fruit juice. Acid can be dangerous to enemies and brewers. It is the only ingredient that can make the deadly unstable potions which scale in power with the brewer. That's odd, that space there. Unstable. Okay. I need a sign to talk about exploding acid. But I don't want 3 signs about acid. Maybe I could fit it in this one. I need to say that if you mix it, if you do an invalid recipe with acid, it will explode. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say, but that's longer. That's a lot longer what you typed. And I either need a third sign or I have to jam it in on this sign. I might want to put it on this other sign instead. Why don't I say... Actually, let's do the let's swap the places of these two. So I give them the warning, but then give them an example of one that works. So this is what you got to watch out for, but here's what you can. Here's an example of a correct recipe. Okay, and the player knows how to make speed because of this. Now, I think that's a good sign. That sign is very cohesive. How about just acid? We'll have an image of acid. Forgot the comma again. now that can fit an image, which I'm happy about. And this one gives a recipe and a warning. How about, instead of beware, caution? Because this is instructional text. Alright. Okay, so I do need to reload the level. Oh, now I don't have a light in this room anymore. Okay, but the signs are... Well, this sign is incorrect. Let's place this sign correctly. Ep.20. That's what I need. And I need a light source in here, so let's just steal this light source. Boom. Okay. Saved. Okay. Alrighty. So let's go ahead and restart this trial now that we have made several adjustments to level design and text, sign text. All right. I feel like I can get rid of the always found in white bottles note here. Like, that's something the player will learn over the course of playing the game a lot. And I don't. And I can actually have a picture of a white bottle to reinforce that. So I want to say load scripts. Potion type comes in a certain range of colors and may be helpful or harmful. So having those side by side makes a lot of sense. Potion is identified, its default and heart behavior will change based on its effect. Okay, I don't even really describe potions of sickness until here, which is great. I'll turn on the audio for the game real quick. Okay, I did not... What did I not do? Oh, the table. Let's go back to our level design real quick. This table is facing the wrong way. I didn't used to be so perfectionist about this kind of thing. I don't know why, because it looks way better when the table's facing the right way. Save. I think the stream might be frozen. Oh, you're right. That can happen from time to time. Let's do like this. Okay. Is that better? I see it turned black. Come on, there we go. Thanks for the comment. I appreciate it. Let's go ahead and restart the trial. Alright. So this room is a lot less cluttered and confusing than it once was. I could probably even make it one tile shorter this direction. If I wanted to. I think the columns look right in here. And then we have these recipes. We can massage the contents of that text. Okay. Room looks good. Yeah, thanks, Xanos. Oh, huh. Thanks to the new inventory speed changes, my character's not bogged down anymore. Alright, so let's go ahead and make some speed potions using what? Booze and cure ailment. Because that's what the instructions stated. And we saw a recipe. Okay, so our booze is gone, and we can mix cure ailment with, or sorry, acid with this. And then we can try to duplicate I mean, Now this game's way easier. Hey, new Alchemy UI looks awesome. Yeah, it's way better. Way easier to use. Let's do invisibility with restore magic. Hold on, what was levitation again? Let's do levitation. Cure ailment and levitation. Or invisibility. And then we'll do healing with restore magic. Boom. And then we can take confusion. Oops. Take confusion and fruit juice to get some more booze, which we can use. Wait, can we use that for anything? We may not be able to use that for anything. Oh, we'll just use confusion and booze together to make more acid. And might as well mix that with, well, now I'm doing what I know works. Acid and cure ailment, or blindness, acid and blindness. So you can get all three potions, all three storm potions in here if you're clever. And then, wait, my fruit juice is gone. I can get more fruit juice like this, and then mix fruit juice with sickness to make booze if I wanted. Alright, but we don't really need all that. We got levitation, we got paralyze, and we got a bunch of... He only took one tick? What a dirtbag. Potion bloat means inventory feels cluttered? Well, I got an answer for you on that one. Unfortunately, I can't show you. Maybe by pulling from this, we can get more. Oops. I got an answer for you. Okay, so did I get any... Okay, so potion bloat. Let's talk about potion bloat for a second. If I see how I have 2 potions of extra healing in my inventory, now I can take the first one, which is in a purple bottle, and the second one, which is in a red bottle, and mix them. So now I have 3 in a purple bottle. So that makes a huge difference on potion bloat. Yeah, it means now that you'll only have, you know, if you're dedicated to brewing, you'll only have 1 slot per potion. So having a separate like potions bag is not something I think we want to do. Not that it's a bad idea. It's just like indexing the game even more on this one single feature is just probably not the right plan. But having, we call that feature decanting, by the way, when you move. When you mix multiple potions into the same slot. Okay, we've got a lot of water here. What do we want to duplicate? Let's try to duplicate Firestorm. Actually, let's try to duplicate Blind. Now we got 5 of that. We got like way more potions than we know what to do with. Let's go ahead and try to do this. Paralyze, Thunderstorm, and then Levitate, regular healing. I ate all my cure ailment, which is too bad. No, the current game does not have that feature. That is a new feature in our update. Also, you may have noticed that brewing takes way less time because once you've assigned your ingredients, you can mix as many potions as you want to. That was something that was really important about the new design. Let's go ahead and do this. Just because we can. A tutorial for decanting. That's a good question. There is not a tutorial sign for decanting. I could put that maybe in this room, like right here. This room's already kind of cluttered. I could put it in this little room. This would be a good room to put it in. Oh yeah. Speed and booze. Paralysis. Blessed paralysis. Booze and paralyze. Sickness, baby. Sickness and paralyze. More sickness. Maybe put it on the wall in front of you when you get out of the water. Oh, I see what you're saying. So, like right here. So you see you're on the way to a sign. Yeah. And then I could put this sign actually right here so that when you're done reading this and you turn, it's right in front of you too. I like that idea. Let's do it. We have a north-facing sign here. Ayo, how about A Z tutorial AAZ. So we'll say AAO. Oh, and of course that's the last one on the list. That's okay. AZ. Oh, to help organize it. I mean, I like that you're using vague, sort of like flavorful text. Decanting is the practice of combining two potions of similar type to help organization. Yeah, I mean, what I wrote is just is very gamey by comparison. Yeah. That's alright, Xanos. Camp potion. I don't know, maybe something like that. Decanting, mixing 2 potions with the same effect into a single type of bottle. I broke something again. Like this. Okay. So now that I can levitate... Alright. Well, we made a ton of progress in reworking this trial. Since you're here and... Hold on a second. Master... Alright, so I would like to, Xanos, I think I'd like to show you what tutorial 1 looks like, because it's the only one that's been completed with all the new features for the tutorial. So we have, Xanos, are you more interested in gamepad or mouse and keyboard? Play mouse keyboard. Okay, then I'll keep it on mouse and keyboard. So we're showing glyphs here. Yeah, I agree. The gamepad stuff is looking awesome, and it works great. But one of the reasons why I ask is because signs, I can create signs that will change depending if you're using a gamepad scheme or a mouse and keyboard scheme. And this one is obviously referring to the mouse and keyboard scheme. So actually, I'll show you the gamepad one real quick just to show the feature off. Yeah, dynamic glyphs. So if you change your controls, those will update here. Tilt to walk around, tilt to look and turn, press A to interact with objects in the world. So you'll notice that even, it's not just the pictures that change, it's the entire sign that can change. And if I modify my controls settings and to have different blindings, then those will update too. But most importantly, like the text sometimes needs to be different for mouse and keyboard. So if I go back to mouse and keyboard, you'll see that it said use and instead of tilt. So collect torches from the wall with this button. You can see I have a little video attached to this now. So you can see very clearly what picking up a torch looks like. Got the torch picture there, of course. Yeah. And then over here, access your character by pressing the inventory button, press right click to use items, press tab again or escape to exit the meet. We're trying our best, dude. And then even this has a video. This tutorial has way more videos than I think any of the other ones will, because we're really teaching basics here. Yeah, and there's certain things that are just like hard to learn for the player. Like this one doesn't have a video on it, doesn't need one. View the character sheet with tab on the right, hover to learn about stats like attack. So this is, we've sort of standardized our language about stats and metastats, and so I'm trying to show clearly that if you hover over this stuff, you can get a lot more information. Yeah, I'll do as many videos as I feel like it will be helpful. It just takes extra time. The videos require a lot of like specific kind of formatting work. Quickly tap this to attack, hold until your weapon shakes for a critical strike. So this is a case where I've adjusted the sign because I've seen a lot of players do something like this. They think like a little extra time will do a little more damage or something, and it doesn't. And so I just try to make clear, like, quickly tap it to attack unless you're doing a critical strike, in which case hold it until it shakes. And I'll reinforce that lesson a little more later. Equip shields to gain AC, reducing damage taken. Oh yeah, didn't know that yourself? Yeah, dude, it's super important strat. Thought it built up damage as you held? Yeah, it does not. The only reason to hold it is if you're timing, like doing an walking into an enemy, and you want to release it as soon as you can, that kind of thing. You can't wield a shield and torch at the same time. Use your hotbar to switch quickly. So I didn't really explain the hotbar in the previous version of this tutorial, and the reason why I did this time is because with the gamepad controls, it can be a little bit more confusing. I think most PC players are extremely familiar with the idea of hotbars that you can assign, but I think console players, and especially with our scheme is quite different. So I have this whole video explaining how to assign stuff to your hotbar, and also the highlight and use mechanic, which is something that might be kind of unique to our game. But, you know, the gamepad specific controls here are helpful. Yeah. And then I actually, I get really explicit. Like, I totally spoil this challenge here, which is fine. This is like tutorial number 1. You should be able to win it. And I think our tutorials were too hard before. And here's where I talk about the block attack, or I show off the block attack rhythm. Like, this is the one case where I felt it was extremely important for the player to be able to see what this looks like. Yeah, I agree. Not with the tutorial, it's not a problem. But yeah, giving the player a chance to actually see this before they have to do it themselves, I think is going to be a huge help to players' understanding of how melee combat works in this game. And I added this little room. I might actually delete it now that I have this video. I added this other section before I had the ability to add videos to signs. But this room, you go in here, and you get to watch a skeleton attack a dummy bot. So you can kind of see the attack rhythm in real time until you're sick of seeing it. I've reduced this down to 1 rat instead of 2. The rat is slightly tougher. Just because the 2 rats made the combat more complicated than it needed to be. Weapon types tutorial has been added. And then I added these 2 signs in this alcove here to talk about weapon skills. Because this is the melee tutorial, we don't ever talk about this in the other tutorials. And so I wanted to talk about weapon damage doing less when your quality is worse. Yeah, 1 rat. I agree. It's the first comment in the game. And then this one describes how skills affect your weapons. So, like, this isn't talked about anywhere else in any of the Hollow Trials, so I thought it was important to include this. And finally, this battle has been made way easier. Like, I can just, like, hack away and win. Although, if I had just, like, stood about, if I wasn't wielding my shield, if I wasn't wielding the right weapon type, I would have lost. So I'm not mad at a player who doesn't block at all during that battle. When I first Yeah. I mean, that when you pick up the mace, it tells you that different melee weapons have different strengths and weaknesses. And then I added this sign. Mace, sword, axe, polearm. Yeah, I mean, I mentioned that some enemies have different weaknesses or resistances to different weapon types, and then I just put a mace in front of you. So I don't describe like all of the weapon types and what their different strengths and weaknesses are. I just describe that there's multiple of them and there's different strengths and weaknesses to them. So I added this congratulations, you just passed trial 1. Because I would like for when the player enters the tutorials, I would like for them to enter this tutorial first. Like you had to Google how many what the weapon types were. So anyway, that's about what they do. Well, I mean, all the resist. I can't. I mean, I can describe what they do when you're a legend in them. Well, but what does it do? It has different resistances and strengths versus certain enemy types. But that's not very useful information until I tell you what enemies do what, right? Like, what else could I tell you about them? Other than their, like, legendary skill bonus or something. Legitimate question, I don't know what else you would need to know about them. Because all they do is damage, and then they have different strength, resistances and weaknesses. Okay. So anyway, there's other changes, you know, to the other trials and stuff. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. And I appreciate you commenting too that it's something you had to Google, because I do want to clear those things up, and if there are, you know, if there's things I'm missing, I'm absolutely got an open mind about it. So anyway, I think I'm going to call that it for today. It's actually way later than I'm supposed to be streaming normally, and I got to go have dinner with my family. But that's it for all the features that you saw in Trial 1 are going to be in all of the trials once I finish them all up. Thank you. So I'm really looking forward to all of the trials being finished in that fashion. And we're most of the way there. We just got mostly some images and videos to put together, and I knew that alchemy was one of the ones that was going to require the most rework, and we did a ton of that today, so we made a ton of progress. I'm glad you could finally have a chance to tune in, Xanos. It's been good having you around. And until next time, I guess tomorrow I'll be working again on Hall of Trials, so I'll probably be at first going back through this trial to highlight text and add images. Yeah, we're gonna put out the beta to all Steam users as soon as it's ready. As soon as it's ready, like, there's still some things that are not feature complete about this, but as soon as it's in beta, like, as soon as we have 100% of the UI in, and we're very close. There's like 2 major features that aren't in. Follower HP, like, or follower status, follower and ally status, and what's the other big one? Oh yeah, inventory targeted spells UI, so like scrolls and casting a spell of identify or remove curse. Those things are not in yet. So once all that is in, we really intend to have a public beta as we test on the way to our Switch release. So, and then once it's all good for all platforms, then we'll launch it for everybody. But PC users will be able to play that beta during that entire time. So, yeah, I'm excited. I want to thank you again for tuning in, and I hope y'all have a great evening. Be good to others. And while you're at it, you might as well be good to yourself. Cheers. Have a good one. Bye.